All right, testing. Mic check. I already got a stretch redeem already. Ah. What up, Nody? Almost 30 minutes, yes. Sometimes there's technical difficulties, especially when trying to stream to two different platforms at once now that I'm doing YouTube and Twitch at the same time. YouTube is a little harder to get going than Twitch. So yeah, usually the starting Zoom screen is how you kind of make sure that stuff actually works behind the scenes. I know not a lot of people really realize that or quite get it, but yeah, if you stream, you know what I'm talking about for sure. Should you wait till you're closer to 50 to start putting aspects on, not necessarily. Because I mean, you already got gear. I mean, you already got probably gear saved up for like generalistic gear saved up in your stash that you can probably throw on. So not really. I think you can be pretty liberal with what you got. Wenji, Wenj, what's up, man? Level 15 right now. Okay, so you got you got some time. Set your comparison between dot reduction and no dot reduction. I haven't seen the newest ones other than the ones that we kind of talked about before I got ready. But I will definitely take a look at that. But what up, y'all? We are going to I guess do much of what we did the other day or yesterday. And that's continue to experiment with some things. I think I'm going to truly invest into the rapid fire part of this for a bit. I think I was having a bit of fun with what I was doing, and I'm pretty convinced that it works just fine. I didn't get a chance to update any of the macro guys today. I will do that tomorrow. That is the plan. So what's going on? Lemon Shadow Beam. Shadow Beam is fun to play with. Wow. Alright. But what that means though is that I do want to optimize a bit better my stuff here. My armor, I guess you could say, and other amongst other things. I'm sad that my core resist is so freaking low though. Like that's like so bad. The penitent agrees. I don't think I can really do any better though. You got one more question? What's up? What specializations do you do? Combo points. You'll be pretty mad at yourself if you do anything but. At the moment. It's got fire input. Well, the poison res is eek. That's such a low value. But it is more armor actually. Well, kinda. Go down. Lightning, cold, fire, shadow, poison. If I actually didn't have to, if the cold would have rolled higher there, or the cold would have rolled higher here, I wouldn't have a need for double cold. But I didn't get so lucky. wonder if I have some chests I might can take another look at. But you was only missing a few percent more for your core res. I mean, I figured it out when I redid the Paragon board, but it's not so much missing a couple of cents. Because I have to have 2 rolls to get it. Because like, you see how low this roll is here on the penitent greaves? It's like bottom level. If this was like 60%, then I wouldn't need code here. You see what I'm saying? But I don't have a penitent greaves with a high core res value. Have I been blessed with any Ubers? No, none at all. Not a single one. Which is at this point is kind of to be expected. I don't really expect to find anything. If I'm gonna be like totally honest. None of these I saved a bunch of chests, but yeah. See, the shadow resistance roll pretty low too as well there. Don't know why I have that. It's temerity here. Older temerity. Not as good. All right. Yeah, I mean, this core resistance here. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do any better than the chest I have right now, unless I'm really, really, really trying. But the helm slot though, I got so many good helms. Just in case I have to switch out reses. What? Abattoir drop Ubers on a higher rate? If not, it should. No. I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. I really think the Abattoir is literally just content you do because you feel like. It also helps you upgrade the unique glyph quicker, I think. If I'm not mistaken, but that's about it. That becomes a very slippery slope because you start offering content that people feel like they have to do for a better chance at Ubers, if that makes sense. And you kind of start to go into that territory, and that gets a little, well, yeah. Do poison res and then do fire res. Like I said, it won't make a difference. I'll still run into the same problem there. All right, so I think I'm just bound to just not have much armor unless I get perfect piece. I said not much armor, but unless I get perfect pieces all around where I can just up my normal armor. Or run disobedience, which I'm not going to do that. Hopefully, the idea is to not run disobedience if I don't have to. You're tired of the Helltide 300 chest farm and bugs. Yeah, the invisible 300 steel chest is absolutely annoying. I agree. We already have Durio and people already feel gated it being Helltide on a timed event. Well, that's also fair. That is a fair assessment. I don't disagree with that. Zero to hero, what's happening, man? All right. I do want to make some moves though. So let's take a different amulet here and a different weapon. Also kind of want to do a bow too for fun. This is a decent bow. Decent-ish. Speaking of which, check out something real quick. Where is the exploit glyph? 7.9% each time. 9.9, 7.9. 18.9. 6.6. However, the secondary effect is actually pretty nice. I think I might lean towards. Actually, where do I have infusion at? Here. Let's lean more towards that. There it is. Where's the amulet here? Movement speed, damage reduction. I can roll armor on this. This would be very nice. Let's see. First roll. And almost max at that. I will take. I'd probably consider this slightly better than this amulet, really. I'll at least get the exploit passive. I do lose the imbuement skill cooldown reduction, but 6.8% is so mediocre that I probably don't care about it. So let's just save this amulet because this is probably gonna be my like GG. after it roll what it did. That's max movement speed too as well. I know there's only +2 ranks to exploit, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Sir, you learned a lot today. In Mac's channel today. Gotcha. Yeah, Mac is definitely a very he's a scientist at heart. It's hard to not learn anything while you're in his chat. Well, everyone, I'll finally be able to play D4 as soon as your new PC arrives. Well, cool. That sounds fun. Which means I need to get rid of this barrier one. Do I want to take the risk to do that right now, though? So I don't have another barrier one, so what can I do without changing up something drastic? I guess I can't. I think I just imprint over. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we'll just YOLO. What is it? Elements? I only have one. But I have more than one. I do have more than one. All right. Yeah, it's 29 there and a 29 there. Okay. I was going crazy for a second. I'm like, I know I have at least one. All right, so we can play around with this and how I really feel about this. So we're gonna actually go at rapid on the amulet instead of the two-hander, and then go with the big boy. Concede it because I got temerity. Barrage reminds you of Shadow and Pale. Does it? Oh, because of you shotgunning. Okay, I got you.
Not anything breaks, the forge is hot.
All right, well, I guess let's see how this feels. I gotta pick a light watch. A bit I'm running tonight. Still rapid fire from yesterday, but I'm doing it with forceful arrow instead of puncture. I'm trying to get away from puncture, so I can kind of have like an actual full bow build, somewhat. Oh, I don't like this dungeon. I forgot which one it was. I remember now. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, I'm trying not to make all my the macro bow builds look and perform like the same. So trying to do something a little different with the rapid fire here. Now, of course, everything's got to be close quarters combat, but I'm getting good numbers though. Like I'm hitting for decent. Am I testing this out or this is a legit build? Well, everything that everything that's new that you are doing for the first time is usually a test, right? You don't know how it really functions until you do it. So everything's a test until further notice. I did play this yesterday a bit, so I have an idea of how this already performs, but this is me kind of putting the finishing touches to it. Tricky part though is that I almost feel like Penitent Greaves is somewhat necessary. Well, not really necessary, but it's hard to really get any like decent amount of crowd control just to proc the control glyph in general without Penitent Greaves. So it does make this a bit tricky to play because you don't have all the infinite, evades or whatever from a typical boot. Yeah, you definitely have more damage running with Penitent Grizz. That hurt. Eek. Yeah, Stork and Necro at 100 right now. Nice. Still just rogue. Then am I running a normal bow or crossbow? Crossbow at the moment, just because you can get really good attack speed with the crossbow as long as you're running Ravenous. So the advantage that a bow would normally have, which would be feeling better with the speed or whatever, is kind of negated with Ravenous. It's a damage reduction dude in there and there. Yeah. However, I would much rather run a bow because bow looks way cooler than a crossbow. But it kind of makes sense to have a crossbow here, given how fast you're attacking, but with Ravenous. And the fact that you do have to kind of get close range just to do the whatchamacallit, so. It feels nice though, like when I get it going. I do want to try it without penitent grease a few times too. He was always told crossbows better due to the vulnerable damage. That used to be true before this patch. Remember, this patch revamped vulnerable and crit damage to where now they're actually worse in more cases than not than just regular additive damage. So that no longer matters anymore. Used to matter before this patch, but not anymore. We're done. Well, I don't have any room. I got steel, I guess. Is Edge Master aspect the safest choice to imprint on bows, crossbows, regardless of the build when you want to try Theorycraft? Mostly, yeah. With the yeah, pretty much, roughly. Bows should be technically better due to weapon mastery. No. Well, let's take a look at it. Because I mean, it's both. You either get 15% multiplicative critical strike damage, or you get 12% multiplicative vulnerable damage. So if you crit a lot, the crossbows will be slightly better, I guess. They're both about the same, really. Yeah. It used to be the other way around, actually. Kind of, but yeah. Not anymore. They're pretty much both just decent. And that's kind of it. What was I gonna say? Also, you gotta remember too, as well, that when I'm attacking as fast as I am, right? Like, you're going just for the raw damage of the crossbow, right? So because I'm already attacking fast, the raw damage of the crossbow matters a ton. Speaking of which, I think I actually want to go accelerating instead of rapid. My thing is, I don't have another weapon to just. Actually, I do. I do have a weapon with accelerating on it. Or I did. Or did I imprint over it? Oh, I probably did. Yeah, because it's not here unless it's. Oh, I got. Yeah, I think I printed over it. So if I do. What's another one I can just kind of mess with? I don't want to imprint over that. Do I want to imprint? I could imprint over this. Damage to close though. Actually, can I test my luck? Is Rapid Fire stronger for pushing Nightmare Dungeons compared to Barrage? They're about the same. They just do it differently. I think Barrage has easier AoE potential, so it makes it easier to clear. Oof, I got it. A low roll though, but I got it. But yeah, so I mean, they both get the job done. I think Barrage is a little more versatile. I think Rapid Fire is harder to do it well with. But you can. I get a higher roll on this. Oof, yeah. I ain't got the goal to keep doing that. I'm a 10 gun melee range shotgun bosses and at least on Barrage. Well, yeah, you kind of yeah, but that's the whole point of like Barrage is a jack of all trades kind of thing. You do certain things for certain situations, right? For single target situations, you shotgun. If you want to do AoE, then you kind of play it mid range. So Barrage, you have to kind of figure out what scenario is best for the distance you play at. Whereas Rapid Fire, you don't have that. But Rapid Fire does require different types of positionings to kind of make use of this straight line trajectory or whatever. So it has its own set of challenges. But I think it's just a matter of like what do you find more fun to play, to be honest. So I'm gonna be dangerous and then print over this. And I'm gonna hate myself for doing it later. Watch. Like I'm going to legit be like, why did I do that? Barrage. What do I do here? I do have all stats and dexterity on it though. That's pretty neat. The damage to crowd control is so low though. But maybe my rapid fire will feel a little bit better. So we'll do that. Keep the penitent greaves or whatever. And then we'll do a few runs without penitent greaves and see how I truly feel. But I think if I'm gonna put this on max roll, I think I gotta do it without penitent greaves, honestly. Okay. I think that's about it. Let's see. Also, a couple of things in the Paragon board I want to try too. We haven't got there yet. Burn Vault. Oh yeah, let me throw my steel in there. Chad, does anyone know what the new breakpoints are for item upgrades at Blacksmith? Generally speaking, once you get to World Tier 4, whatever drops is gonna be what it is. You don't have to really worry about breakpoints at that point. There's finally a sword build that's not garbage. There's a couple of sword builds that are actually pretty good. Just Ball Lightning is just way better. Well, because it's broken. But yes. I wouldn't necessarily say that you have to play a build or one build needs to be super good for the season to be fun, but I can understand people's sentiment with that. Gain 30% life. Forgot what this this dungeon was. I mean, if that's what you enjoy, no judgment, of course. Lots of people are enjoying Ball Lightning. Hmm. Right. I don't like that. So the one thing I don't like about there's a couple things I don't like about Ravenous, but I kind of feel like I have to if I'm gonna do a crossbow. But attacking extremely slow until I crit with the core skill just feels so bad. Despite that, celebrating feels great once it's going, but until then it's very well, annoying. Speaking of which, what does my Paragon board look like? Requirements. Getting that. I'm getting that. Getting this. Okay. Oh, that's it. That's all. That's all the amount of points I needed. Hmm. Hmm. First time bow rogue. Which build do you recommend? Uh, honestly, it's kind of hard to say. Pin shot is good if you don't if you don't mind juggling 2 core skills, because you kind of have to go rapid fire with pin shot if you're gonna play. If you want to be pretty efficient, if you don't want to juggle 2 core skills, either barrage or rapid fire would be fine. I think if it's your first time bow rogue though, I would definitely probably choose barrage. It's really it's pretty easy to kind of understand what you need to do at the start, and it's hard to miss. So the thing to understand with barrage though is you need to know when to shotgun all your arrows into a single target and when to use your stuff as AoE. You know, like back out far enough to get your arrows to hit many things. That's the challenge with barrage. But outside of that, it's pretty simple to understand, easy to play mostly. This first time using anything other than TB is refreshing. Yeah, I'm typically like the bow rogue. Like people know me as like, you know, if you want to know anything about bow rogue or you want to follow anyone who's played bow rogue a lot or whatever, I'm usually the guy for that. According to the internet, that's not me saying that. That's what the internet, you know, kind of goes off of. Even Woody Joe to a lesser extent will pretty much say the same thing. But yeah. However, when bow rogue starts getting the spotlight, you know, when other key passives actually get good, like, you know, like victimize or precision actually gets good, where I don't have to jump in for close quarters combat. It's gonna feel real nice. Bless you. Yeah, well, yeah, Ravenous is based on lucky hit, which is great, which means that, you know, Force for Arrow can proc it. So I'm cool with that. What's your favorite rogue build this season? I saw Barrage got bumped back to S tier. Rapid Fire might get put in that category too. I didn't come across this Rapid Fire build until after that tier list, after the update to the tier list was made. But I would put this up there with Barrage, honestly. The way that I'm playing this now. That was a bad fight. I could have chosen my targets better. If you get potent blood in the center of the fountain, is it bug or can you actually get it? It's bug. You can't you can't actually get it. They know about it, but yeah, it's bugged. Fortunately. Am I using a lot of uniques in the road builds this time? No. Well, 3. I don't think penalty grease is necessary, but I think it does help with more consistent crowd control. If I have more lucky hit, maybe I can do like manglers might be enough crowd control maybe to kind of give me that crowd control that I'm not getting with the penitent greaves. Whatchamacallit, but that's what tonight's experimentation is right now. We're gonna play around with a couple of different things. Wait, one more pow over here. That hurt. Thanks for the detailed answer. You're welcome, man. Loving the red cursor. I swap between blue and red. I can't make up my mind which one I'd rather. That was a really nice crits right there. High contrast neon green is the play. Might have to get that shot. Adri, what's going on? How you doing? From YouTube. Does a new ring and shared misery work together? That's actually a good question. I have not tried it, so I don't know. That was hurt. It'd be interesting to see if it worked. The whatchamacallit. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing. What aspects help you survive? I slay in damage, but I get one shot in high tier nightmare dungeons. Most of that's going to be making sure that you have your resistances capped. The defensive aspects do matter, sort of, but your elemental resistance matters the most, and also having a good chunk of armor. Like for instance, when you go under your stat page, is all of your resistance capped? If the answer is no or nowhere near 70%, then you have a major problem. That is the first step. I have res cap, so it must be armor base. Yeah, I typically try to stay around a little bit over 1200 if I can. You can use an elixir, one that you can actually craft, since you have crafting materials that you're never going to really use. So you can actually craft the Heaty Iron Barb elixir for 500 or plus 500 armor. It's a quick way to get more armor if you don't have it. Or you can sacrifice a spot and run disobedience somewhere to make sure that you get it. I don't really like running disobedience, so I try not to. But yeah. Or you can do what I'm getting ready to do right now, and well, I'm about to drop Penitent Greaves real quick. We're gonna go with this here, which means I can go with a different helm. I think it's this one here. And that means I can go all armor here if I wanted. So now this is definitely the more tankier setup, but I also don't have the icy trail anymore. Also need to start doing some whatchamacallit for gold. Yeah, see, so you see my armor value right now? I'm basically almost at cap now. And so are my resistances here. So kind of neat. I do have manglers here, so let me make sure I have what I need in my Paragon tree here. I think we're good on most of this. Probably don't need that as much as, let's say, quick attacks. All right, now let's do something different. Steadfast barracks. Sure. How much armor do you think one should have? You should try to get as close to capped as possible, but keep in mind, it just depends on the content. If you're not doing like T100 or T90 plus Nightmare Dungeons, then you don't need to have that like capped out armor, if that makes sense. But if you're doing T100, then you want to try to cap out your armor if you can. So, but if you're just doing open world content, I mean, 10,000 armor is actually fine. So it just really depends. Also, bosses, same thing. You don't really need to cap out your reses or you don't need to cap out your armor versus the bosses at all, including Lilith. So really, honestly, capping out armor, it has everything to do with higher tier Nightmare Dungeons. It's kind of really it. For now. The Lord Zir content might actually change some things, so... Can't get to that damage resist, dude. For ring sucks? Yeah, pretty much. Not worth using. For most specs. There are some niche cases where you could use it and you might like it, but tell you what, though, these boosts are a lot more safe than the pen agrees. But I do feel my damage spike whenever I don't have any sort of crowd control happening on the targets I want them to. Only thing makes me a little weird about not doing puncture. That one thing. There you go. Well, how did he get frozen but take 0 damage? Alright, where is he at? There he is. I really thought about some deal where you play each other's build on characters like you don't even use normally. Like you play Bard, North play Rogue, Sork. I have a stream like that. I mean, I wouldn't call it a deal. I mean, some people already do that. Like, you know, Woody and Rax mostly play everything or play every class, so chances are they are playing different builds of different classes of sorts. Generally speaking, I think we just have our own stuff. Like what's written on Maxtroll isn't necessarily what we would run personally to the T. Like we would take inspiration from it, obviously. But the builds on Maxtroll are generally meant for the general, audience, not like I'll say expert for lack of a better word. That's why people get people used to get so upset with Woody. Especially towards like launch or whatever, when Woody would run like a different variation of Twisting Blades than what he wrote on Maxtroll. And he's like, I want to see you play the build that you wrote on Maxtroll. We're like, well, he's gonna have different preferences, right? He's gonna, tailor it to how he wants to play it, right? Which might be harder than the normal Twisting Blades or the way that it's wrote in a Maxtroll, but it's on purpose. So I don't think we would technically play our own Maxtroll builds to the T like that. We will always have slight changes we make. Do I already play anything but Rogue personally? Yeah, I made a Wizard last season. I played I played Druid and like the beta stuff. I do plan on making the Wizard and a Druid this season as well. It's just that there's still things to explore, and so since I am the Maxtroll Rogue specialist, and I want to make sure that I explore every nook and cranny, so therefore I can update the guides to the most relevant information possible, I'm going to play a lot of Rogue. naturally. Did I say wizard? Sorg. You know what I meant. So while this build is way safer with Penitent Greaves, sorry, not Penitent Greaves, without Penitent Greaves, getting that crowd control when and where you want it, this feels better with Penitent Greaves. Did you give up a lot of aids? Use a Penitent Greaves. Yeah, that's the hard part about it. So you have to be very careful with how you evade. Whereas I can be as liberal as I want with regular bits. Appreciate the follow. That was Totally just missed that shot. Like completely missed it. What up, Mika? All right, let me go back to what I was doing. We're putting back on the boots and the helm. And of course I need to recap my distances there. Then I'm going to change a glyph out on the Paragon board. Next. Now we're capped. My armor is lower again. So I'm in the more dangerous spot. Well, I got Spirit Whisper's turn in. Yeah, you can't drop any uniques for anyone else to take.
It is done.
What stats do you want your helm and chest, assuming I have the uniques? You want a single resistance that you don't have anywhere else to cap out your res, either one or two of those. And then you generally want armor, you want total armor, and you want cooldown generally. Those are the two more important stats to have on a helm. You wish you don't lag like me. Oh no, I do lag sometimes. People lag at different times. Not everyone lags at the same time. So just because you didn't see me lag that time doesn't mean I do not in general, or have not.
I can't carry anymore.
I was rubber banding a lot yesterday. There's that there. We'll open up a dungeon again. What is this one? Do I prefer Rapid Fire over Barrage? Honestly, I don't know. I think I like Barrage more as a skill, but I like Rapid Fire more as a play style. At least the way that I'm playing it. Okay, they have more barrier damage. Okay, or more barrier health. that was good.
I need more time.
But that actually I hurt too.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I definitely feel the difference having Pain Degrees versus not having it. Especially how I like kite people into
I need more time.
the trail stuff. Does Rapid Fire not do AoE as well as Barrage? Well, no, naturally no, because Rapid Fire is more so geared as like a single target skill. So it's got some, you know, ricochet mechanics or whatever, but it's not designed as an AoE machine. It's designed as a single target skill primarily, with a little bit of like help with the ricochet stuff. You can get around it by making sure that like you like line things up like pin shots, so your arrows hit so hard that the arrows that are left will continue to keep firing in a straight line, helping your clear potential. Which is why you kind of see me, you know, run around quite a bit after I shadow step, because I'm trying to get a good, you know, lined up shot to where everything just dies.
Need more time.
This is a tough spot to be in.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's go.
Need more time.
I didn't see you down there. Can I reach over? Oh, he's not close enough. We'll go this way.
Need more time.
Did I hurt? there a way to level up quick within the game? Yep. It depends on. I mean, it's just pretty quick to level up in general. At least compared to what it was before. If you want the absolute fastest way, it's probably the most boring way. But domain tunnels, spam over and over again until you get to like level 70, and then you do nightmare dungeons roughly from there until you're 100. But that is boring, so I would not suggest you do that. But most things in the game give you a pretty decent amount of XP, so just do lots of different things and have fun, and you'll level just fine.
Need more time. I'm not ready yet. Need more time.
But this gameplay is fun though. The stutter stepping and love like that. Love it.
Not ready yet.
Feels great. I'm getting better with understanding that I don't have infinite dodges either, so that's also helping. Also forgot to take out these two things here. Be nice to not forget that, huh? Where could I put those? Just apparently don't need the energy because I have combat glyph. Could put into rugged, right? That would be helpful. Freaking dot damage. I guess we'll do some Helltide. Might as well. I have 2 strongholds I haven't done here yet. Actually, if I do strongholds, do I still get cinders while I'm doing strongholds? What do you think about instead of leveling individual glyphs, so you don't get cinders and strongholds? No. We level the socket instead.
Yo, dog side.
That'd be a neat
We just
concept. I
got
think.
raided, son. You know how we
I
do.
think that would end up with
respect to
us
our
having
fellow
less to do
streamers,
though.
man.
It is Echo with the raid.
Die hype, die thug.
Y'all know what it is.
And drop my beat for these new viewers. Dashizi out.
Echo rated my stream
the
with
raid.
59
Appreciate you, man.
views.
How much speed do I have? I have speed everywhere. boots, amulet, everywhere I could possibly get it in my skill tree. That includes stutter step. That includes subverting dark shroud. That includes shadow step, kind of. Yeah, basically everywhere. Speed is speed is one of those things where it's not like when you slot movement speed, you're not just slotting movement speed to move quicker. It also helps you relocate faster, which is better for defense. It also helps you line up things for better positioning for offense. It's a utility that also indirectly buffs your offense and defense. So I value movement speed very highly in general. How's your stream though, Echo? I saw your thing on YouTube worked this time around. I was checking it out for a little bit. Movement speed over passive on amulet. I'm gonna say over passive. You can get both. Your movement speed, cooldown reduction, total armor, and the passive. Why not? Well, also movement speed directly affects Ravenous too, so you have to kind of think about that too, right? So if I want Ravenous to perform the way it is performing now, then I need to have movement speed everywhere. You mean on priority? Armor is gonna always pretty much be the top priority. Armor, movement speed, cooldown reduction, passive. I'm not saying the passive should be last. I'm saying the passive kind of just gives you more damage, right? Like you'll notice it, kind of maybe, but it's not dire. Movement speed is it's a difference between life and death sometimes with movement speed. Same thing with the armor, obviously, right? Armor is very, very important. So I think those two are gonna be like priority stats. Past that point though, it's, you know, if you can get a passive, great. If not, you know, it is what it is. Do I think armor is more important now than resistance now? Though no. But it still is important. It's important enough to take on the amulet. If you don't, I'll put it this way, if you don't put armor on the amulet, then you have to run disobedience. You don't have a choice. No matter at that point. That is if you choose to not run, or if you choose to run a unique pant, right? If you're doing unique pants, then you have to have armor on your amulet or run disobedience. So you either lose a stat or you lose an aspect. You have to kind of pick your poison at that point. In my opinion, I'd rather lose a stat over an aspect more often than not. I think I'm gonna do a video guide on this build, by the way, once I actually finish fleshing this out. A chance. How much all res does diamond give? Not enough. Definitely not enough. I think it's like what? Is it 10? I think it's 10. Is it 5? Might be 5. Something very low value, like to where it's like not even worth.
I'm not ready yet.
Sikaza, what's going on?
Need more time. I'm not ready.
Guess 100 yesterday. Finally, second one after the patches. Nice, nice. What's your next goal? What are your plans now?
I'm not ready yet.
A little up without a killing 5 seconds build, but normal on farm master Durio. Gotcha. You going for the Uber uniques as well? I'm not ready yet. Fine. I'm gonna try, but I see on like my motivations hold up. Do I have any? No, I do not. I have no Uber uniques at all. RNG has not deemed me worthy this season, or well, really ever. But One day though, I feel like I have. I tell people all the time. I have like the streamer debuff, rather than like the whole phenomenon of a streamer buff. Yeah, I think I have the streamer debuff. I have the opposite. Need to switch client. We got a grandfather at BlizzCon. And someone comments claiming dev cheats. Would he find the grandfather like? Was he doing a Durio run, or was he like just regular farming and found that? Or visit BlizzCon and bride. Well, I was there at BlizzCon. Apparently that ain't work. I must be doing it wrong. Playing with macro. How? Isn't Woody hardcore? Macro almost never plays hardcore. I guess I gotta just watch the video, huh? These games still earn too much. They still earn too much. George Reed, they earn so little compared to others in IT. I mean, it is kind of true though. Game devs in California like can barely afford apartments. An apartment to like live in, but it is Cali though. Oh, you mean you're sipping beside macro? Okay, so macro is the key then. Macro is the key to grandfathers. Noted. I should probably invite him over to my place and just have him sit next to me. I don't want a grandfather though, but I mean, if he just drops a shackle or something, trying to figure out where the chests are. Okay, to the right, bottom left. So here, it's like. They still chest armor that's supposed to be half the time. Teaming back is there. Yeah, if you TP out and TP back in, it will generally show up if you don't see it the first time.
I'm not ready. More time.
Like right now, I need to TP out, TP back in because I don't see it. But I know it's in this area. So using sacred rings, can't find a crit chance. Rock control ancestral, that's rough. But if you didn't know, dude, you'd be running around forever. Yeah, I know. It's something that they need to fix. For sure. I'm sure they're working on it. Okay, it's on the other side. There we go. I also really think that mysterious chest and steel chest should just be on the map. I don't feel like they should just be like completely hidden until you walk past it. Because I mean, basically, it 100% promotes like third party, you know, tools or sites or whatever for that, right? And like, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that for this game in terms of like the the locations of the chests. I mean, that's fine, nothing wrong with that. But it's like, realistically speaking, like it just really shouldn't be a thing. Because I guarantee you, every time you pop open a Helltide, or every time you see a Helltide, right? Your first thought isn't, okay, let's go play this Helltide, right? The very first thing you do is you go open up helltides.com. That is your first action. And if your first action is to pull up a third-party website before you play content in the game, that is not good. It should never feel like that. But I guarantee you that is a lot of people's first action when they see Helltide. Naturally. You see what I'm saying? So that's just not good design right now in terms of, or game design for how it is currently. I have it pinned on the browser. See, yeah. Why hide them? Good question. I have no idea. I think they felt that people would just want to explore, you know, in the open world and the Helltide or whatever, but that is not, it's not what people truly want at the end of the day. if you're trying to master Helltide, why wouldn't I try to optimize my gameplay? Exactly. Hence the reason for the first action is to pull up helltides.com versus just jumping in and playing, right? What I'm saying is, Blizzard could prevent that type of first action, I guess you could say, by just not hiding the chest to begin with. And all this rotating of chests, you know, on the hour, off the hour, that kind of, you know, same ordeal.
I need more time.
Charm, what's going on? Well, I use a lower armor unique. It has a better stats. Yeah, for sure. Only exception would be like a weapon. Like if it's a lower, if it's in the weapon slot and it's quote unquote lower armor, that means also lower damage. So other than that, I would 9 out of 10 times just take the better stat one. I was rolling with the Sacred Condemnation Dagger for a while before I found a good ancient. Before I found a good ancestral. Just because of the stats. How am I this evening? It's pretty good so far. I'm pretty good. Fire Nice rings today? Nope. I'm not even farming for rogue rings at all. I don't even want. I mean, I have one and kind of regret. I don't say regret farming for one. I still got materials for Duriel, so there is that. But the rogue rings are. The rogue ring is not worth. Do you get both mastery buffs? That's actually a good question. I am not 100% sure. So I'll keep going for at least 1 250 chests.
I'm not ready.
Very minimum. Oh, well, I guess it's right there. Joseph, what's going on, man? You're always dropping the Nightmare Dungeon? Your Rogue Ring? The new unique ring? If it was a decoy clone. Honestly, I just wish it was just a different ring in general. Like, I wish it was like the Vow power, the Vow heart power or whatever. That would have been pretty nice, in my opinion. But oh well.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm in the middle of finishing your barbarian, but I got so recommendation to switch to Hoda because it's really strong. Your thoughts? You play whatever you find fun. That is my thoughts. Just because Hoda is strong doesn't mean that Whirlwind is less fun. So if you're having fun with Whirlwind and you're able to do all the content you want to do with Whirlwind, then there's no reason to not play Whirlwind if that's what you want to play.
I need more time.
It was ring. Everyone thought it was best in slap before the barber on the ring. I mean, I guess. I don't know if I'll call it best in slot, but you know, it certainly wasn't terrible.
Need more time.
It's also a nerf ethics to the season 1. You mean the taunt heart? You mean the taunt is a nerf? Is nerfed from season 1? Not really. It actually performs exactly the same way it did before. The only difference is that they added a cooldown to it. That's it. Which just makes it annoying. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get enough centers to open the whatchamacallit. The apothecary, yeah. Cooldown low makes it less effective in your mind. I mean, you're not wrong. I just think that the ring not having any unique stats on it kind of makes it a deal breaker. Kind of, I'm gonna say a deal breaker, but something I don't really too much care for because of that. Like, there's nothing unique on the ring. It's all stats you already got. Yeah, sure, it rolls high, slightly higher crowd damage versus crowd controlled, slightly higher, but it's still like it's still all the same stats you can find on a regular ring. So like, they don't even make the unique ring stats unique. You know what I mean? Did I pick Rogue or did Rogue pick me? Actually, Rogue picked me back in Diablo 3. So I was already destined to play Rogue ever since my decade-long Diablo 3 journey. I'll be right back. All right. Do I ever play any of the cosmetics for the builds? Or do I ever buy any cosmetics for the other? No, I do not. I don't play like when I play other classes, I don't play them like a lot. So like I don't play them often enough to warrant spending money on cosmetics for those classes. I will for Rogue because I play a lot of Rogue, but that's about it. Is pin shot plus rapid fire good for end game? Yes. Station Hattie. The range seems great for close quarters builds. I mean, the little bit of extra close quarters combat damage you're getting from that is not enough to wear the ring. Because you keep in mind, you lose an aspect too. So you lose a DPS aspect you probably could have had there, which would be worth more than the extra damage versus crowd control you get. Don't get me wrong, you know, damage versus crowd control is good, but it ain't that good. Not good enough to just, you know, be like, I'm gonna just wear the ring because of it. All right, let's gamble for some gloves, and then we'll try something else. We'll try different glyphs. Sucks we don't use bows because that flaming cosmetic is really nice. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. Well, technically speaking, I could do a bow. I could use a bow in this setup if I wanted to. If I truly, truly wanted to, I could. But I think the crossbow is just a little better. Considering that we have Ravenous and a lot of attack speed, then the downfall of using the crossbow, which was slower attack, is no longer really a thing because Ravenous is so good.
You can take what's left. Take what's left.
Gosh.
Anything.
Okay, so let's try something slightly different here on the Paragon board. I need to gain like 3 points though somewhere. So we'll need to do 2, 4 points. Actually, let's do this real quick. Got that glyph. I'm at 146. And then I put that glyph there. Back in that slot and puts me at 161. So 146 to 161, 15%, but it's not a true 15%. It's 15% on top of 141. So you're looking at, oh, sorry, 146. So you're looking at, really, it's really not much at all. It's like about 5%, 4 or 5% more DPS increase overall. Do I mess with my Paragon a lot? Yes, I do. It's exactly why I'm broke. I'm always like my gold here. If you look at my gold, I'm always broke. It's because I keep changing my Paragon stuff and changing stuff around all the time. That's how I end up finding things out because I do so much experimenting. So I don't think the 15% increase is worth. It's not a true 15%. So I think an actual glyph might actually be worth a little bit more than that. Not much more, but it wouldn't be considered best in slot then. Okay, 4 points. How do I get enough intel there? We got 1. 2. There's 1 more intel. Yeah, so I guess I only need 3 points then. Put 1 armor back in. Okay. So this infusion actually might be worth more. Because I won't say I don't have a lot of additive damage, but I think this actually probably worth probably 25 to 30% versus doing the other glyph. What were they thinking with the rogue glyph, rogue ring? I don't know. Give every other class bust up ones. The Drew one is okay. It's decent. The other three do got good rings. And the rogues ones, well, you already know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm sad. I'm sad as well. This is gonna hurt, but we'll do it. Blood Master, what's going on, man? Love that email, by the way. You can buy the Prestige Necro set for the sword transmog. Oof. That sounds expensive for that purpose. But I guess if you're just doing, like, if you got both swords, then sure. I guess it might be worth. I don't know. I so hate that attack so much. It has such long range. And he can turn while doing it. That's what I hate about it. How do you get the Malignant Ring? You do, it can drop in the real world, or you do Varshan runs. So kill Varshan for about roughly a 10% chance to get it. Yeah, this is definitely more damage than other glyph I was using. No contest. Pecha, actually, are you there? Before you go, I have a theory. Whew, wait a minute. Why y'all so strong? Oh, the priest is in there doing something. I want to kill them. I could have just skipped it, but there we go. Just mean, you sent your stage out in the row. Okay, gotcha. I get it now. I totally didn't catch that. Speaking of which, look at this sword. Not bad. Throw dex on that from the damage to frozen. Anyways, so hear me out. Hear me out, Peachin. What if I didn't roll crowd control damage on everything? What if I only relied on just a control glyph and that's primarily it to buff close quarters combat? I say that because the value, like the amount of damage versus crowd control we get is actually quite small compared to some of the other stats. Now, granted, obviously it helps with the close quarters combat, but it's a, you know, you only get 40% of the value of something that's already small, and then it's additive to the rest of the crowd control, right? So once you have quite a bit, there is a point where it doesn't really help to have more. Right. Because now I have less crowd control damage right now, but I have more raw damage, and I feel it. Like like there's a pretty big difference between running efficacy and you know, versus infusion. How much damage? So the thing about you gotta think about is this. So I wouldn't look at the stat sheet as much as I would the skill tree. Take a look at what you have here, right? So like you get 40% of whatever stat you're gonna of that stat that you add, right? So like let's say you're adding 8% more crowd control reduction or more damage versus crowd control, right? That's 3% that you're adding on top of 146. To go to from 146 to 149, and then from 146 to 149 is actually a lot less than 3%. See what I'm saying? So I'm wondering if there's what the optimal point is to where you stop trying to go for that stat, to where something else might be more worthwhile. If we're just like super min-maxing, we're talking about like, you know, unethical amounts of min-maxing, right? Because also the thing you have to think about too is what is versus bosses, right? Because damage versus crowd control does nothing versus bosses. 0. Right? Generally speaking, and unless you're using to boss wills, bugged, pain, stuff like that, it's going to take you a little longer to kill bosses because a lot of your damage is versus crowd control. So there might be a reason to think about not taking it everywhere. Just so therefore you can feel like your damage doesn't just fall off a cliff the moment you fight a boss or the butcher. Unless this is another conditional and it makes sense, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like you could take, let's say, because Dex and all stats would be more useful. Dex all stats. Well, it's Dex all stat. Dex all stat, core damage. And then you can do obviously damage versus crowd control, or you can do something that rolls a bit higher. That's also like unconditional. Like on a build like rapid fire, crit damage is actually like really good because you crit a lot. So a high amount of like crit damage is actually not bad to take, considering just you're meeting that condition, you know, quite often. I guess that's just a thought though. Like, you know, there's also damage versus distant enemies too as well. If you stay distant enough, that rolls high. Like it rolls a high value. It gets some food for thought. I'm just, after switching out my glyph, I'm glad I did. Oof. Oof, that hurt. I'm like playing like garbage in that little area. Yeah, if you disconnect, that's it. Which glyph? I got a stretch. What's up? Said what's going on, man? Making me want to play rapid fire. Yeah, I'm just having fun with it. But infusion, I took out efficacy for infusion basically. Cooldown. I don't know why I don't just right click on the glyph. Yeah, I think I'd rather have repeating on the weapon though. But I also don't have another conceited aspect right now that kind of blow. So kind of stuck with the way I currently have it set up though. Let me make sure I don't have another conceited just sitting around. Nah, only have it on just an imprinted item. I think I'll just leave it alone for now. I'll figure it out later. All right, let's switch to barrage. I'm gonna have to keep force for arrow, which does not sound like a great idea, but gonna do it. I think this is the barrage. So I have another. Yeah, I think it's just this, right? Do the basic attack speed. It's right there too as well. I know what I was planning on doing. Play dancer ranges. I played with the nice Tucker glyph yet. Seems like it's not quite hitting it. Yeah, it feels like we need some labors cranking that shadow damage, but the flicker before that one shines. I feel like, yeah, some of that is really just meme territory. Honestly, kind of feel like that's kind of where that where that glyph kind of ends up. Like some of the playstyles I think Blizzard is trying to get players to explore, it just isn't really worth, in my opinion. And they're trying hard, like real hard. And we're just like, nah, bro, we don't want to do that. We just don't want to play like that, man. This is what it is. Like it needs to slap. It needs to absolutely slap before people are just like, all right, you got me, got me. You know, I'll try the thing, right? But they're afraid to buff those things enough before they're actually like, well, useful. And that's kind of the problem with that. Okay, so what am I trying to do here? I got conceited here. I'm gonna trade this amulet for this amulet. Throw. I was gonna say Edge Masters, but nah. I think the elements amulets or the element is a little better. Seated element, and then therefore I don't have to change out anything here, and I can just wear this. I think that would be the play. Why they're scared to buff? Because look at barbarians right now. That is why. Sometimes they're way off, and sometimes they're also way off, but just in the opposite direction. But yes. Overpower got overbuffed big time. They also Blizzard also keeps trying to push this whole grenade thing on Rogue too as well. We don't have any damage and grenade skills, and they're consistently trying to push that on Rogue, and I just don't. I don't get it. It's like we don't want to proc grenades to then deal damage. Like we just would rather deal damage with the grenade skill if we actually had some, or an aspect that shoots grenades while we're using the skill versus, well, I guess you do have cow traps for that, but like no one wants a utility or agility skill to drop your grenades to do damage. Like, come on, man. Like, people aren't trying to play like that. I mean, there are unique things that you want to put in the game, but let the player base come up with the unique styles, right? Unique style of play. You can't force it on the player base. All right, I think that is it. See how my barrage is gonna feel for a little bit. Trying to do barrage with Forcer Arrow, which usually is a disaster. Usually. But we're gonna do it anyways, just cause. I guess that's the same mistake, the same way with ball. No, ball lightning is different. Ball lightning is a bug. Overpower is not a bug. Overpower is just overbuffed, overtuned. Ball lightning is a bug. That's different. When things are bug and they go out of whack, that's not them like taking a chance on something. That's just something that just broken code somewhere, right? But yeah, outside of that, I get what you're saying, and I agree. How did I just corpse explode? That's a season theme. Sort of. A cursed touch vampiric power. That was a terrible shadow step. I walked right into that one. Why does it drop from where I was rather than where I made to? A surprise? Yeah, I don't know. I've asked that same question when I tried it a couple of times, and was like, nah, I'm not gonna try it anymore. I'm done with it. current song. Hold on. That was. ZW Raven, is it really bugged though because it's not marked as bugged on Max Road? Northward should have marked it bugged, but yes, it is. It's dealing 10 times the amount of damage than it's supposed to. Is it the same as D3 ball lightning ticks? No. Not really, no. Corpse bows are in there. Yep, there you go. iPhone feels so much better without a case. Interesting change to the description. They would have seen that they fixed it by now. I'm not saying you're wrong, but why aren't they fixing it? You should look at the developer interviews they did at BlizzCon. They kind of really, Adam Jackson literally went over why they haven't touched stuff like that quite yet. They plan on it, but they're gonna announce when they're gonna do it. They know people get really upset when you fix a bug and whatnot, and people's power go down. The internet explodes. So they're being careful with how they approach bugs in the future. Bug builds, I'll put it that way. Like, they know they absolutely have to fix it, don't get me wrong, but it's when and how, and letting the player base know that they will fix it, so you have time to change out of that build before you're, you know, if you no longer like the way the build performs after the bug fix. You think they wait till after the season, though, don't you? They talked about it in the developer interview. All the questions you're asking is legit what they talked about at BlizzCon. I think overpower will remain where it's going to be, according to the talks. However, ball lightning and Tabals will probably won't make it to the end of the season, no. But we'll know far ahead of time before they actually, you know, make changes to it. Oof. Whoa, bro. Where's that course bow at? I was trying to change some stuff, man. What's up? Dude, try to end my life while I'm trying to change a skill. Bro, just let me change the skill real quick. Y'all saw that, right? Trying to take cheap shots at me, man. Actually, I could do another. If I really want some armor, I could just go this way and take some. A cop cow. Song. Six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Quite a bit of extra healthy damage to healthy. We'll take it. Be nice if I can take these two as well, but I don't have enough points for it. I don't really need the extra. Nah, let's. I guess I could do it this way. This is being very gutsy, but we'll do it. I don't need the extra arrows on the outside with barrage, so I don't need to take cunning. Barrage. I can just go for just more raw damage. They'll do it for pinnacles. You're guarantee you to be mean. Well, I mean it kind of makes sense though, right? I mean you can't, you give supposedly in-game content and then people be like, oh well, that wasn't hard at all. My ball lightning build, just ran through it like it was nothing. Well, that's because it's bugged. People are like, well, you didn't make it hard enough. Like, well, it's hard enough for 90% of builds out there. It's just not hard enough for ball lightning, which is bugged. You see what I'm saying? So you kind of run into several issues if you don't do anything about it. You got to finish the season journey. Yeah, that's me my problem because I never finished the season journey in any season ever, Diablo 3 included. It is against my religion. It is the one of 3 things that is against my religion, whatever that is. Dude, this is really horrible on this boss. I think I might have to do what. I think I'll play puncture next round. Actually, let's do that now. Can I see if I can make it happen? We'll do that. Up here. Up here. Up here. Up there. Let's go. Still out of energy though. Is that glyph doesn't drop solo only? I mean, I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't let it drop while you're in a group. Can't see. Can't see why. I can't see why they wouldn't do that. The class that has the most builds that are most that are actually viable in the game. Took actually gets one, and they're gonna kill it. Yeah, Blizzard's alright. I charge is okay, but none of those are S tier. Well, that's the thing. A build's tier is based off of people's perception and opinions, right? It's not like Blizzard put out a tier list. Player base put out a tier list, right? We come together and collectively give a very informed opinion about where builds are on a tier list, right? So, I mean, when we say something is an S tier or whatever like that, that's still technically like the player's perception of how that build performs, and it could be right on the money. It can be slightly off. I mean, if you look at I'll put it this way. Look at a great example is this. You look at Rax's tier list, right? Before season 2 started, his entire tier list is all screwed up in terms of like where the classes ended up. He had Barb last place, he had Rogues in first place, and that is so far from what it ended up being. Like it is so far. And I chose those two because those don't have any bugs related with them in terms of why they ended up where they are. You know, Sork, you couldn't tell because of course who knew Ball Lightning was going to be where it was. But point being is that, like, you know, most builds right now can clear all content in the game. So actually every build technically is viable. Whether it has an S tier tag, an A tier tag, a B tier tag, like over 90% of builds can do everything in this game, right? But when you get a certain specific type of content where, you know, a build is so strong that it invalidates not only current content, but new content, that's an issue. See what I'm saying? Because then you can't create content hard enough that's going to be fair for the majority of builds in the game, if that makes sense. If something is completely an outlier, right? Ball Lightning is that case. Hoda Barb is that case too. It's not a bug, but it's overperforming. That's another thing to talk about too. Tobalt's Will, it's kind of in that same category as well. You can invalidate content with Tobalt's Will. Well, it's situational invalidation. I put it that way. Probably sounds weird to say that, but it's true. But yeah, I mean, the whole point is that the player base has to try. You want challenging content, it means the player has to try. The player doesn't have to try because of one build or a build or two are broken. Then you can't create challenging content because that one thing is gonna bop it all, right? And then people are like, "Oh, well, Blizzard doesn't make any challenging content." Well, you can't have bugged or completely broken builds and have challenging content for all classes while that's still in the game. But if there's anything competitive like leaderboards or ranking and stuff like that, then people are going to obviously gravitate to whatever is the strongest. And if that strongest is a bugged thing, then that's a problem, right? Because then no one will play anything else. It'll be like, okay, it'll be just that. Actually, I don't need Ravenous with this barrage, so we'll go. Go a Hectic if I can find it. Some on the side, right? There it is. Didn't I just play this map before? Or the last run? The age-old balancing problems permission from the start of competitive gaming. Very true, yes. That hurt. Kurgs, I agree with you. Hams, what's going on, dude? What's happening? You know what I could do? 7 points, right? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. I might prefer that because it's more consistent. Now that I think about it, it would equate to more damage over time. Hey, what? I have 8 points over here. Did I put an extra point down here for like no reason? Sure did. Oh, nice to know. Point there. This way. Tell. 2, 0. Good enough. Let's go. Oof, that hurt. Oh, I thought. Whoa. Okay, wait a minute. That was a bad. Am I liking the new season so far? I like it a lot. Definitely better than last season. The fact that they're continuing to support season 2 with new stuff coming throughout the season is actually pretty incredible, in my opinion. Generally, that's not like Blizzard to do. So. That's smart to get people engaged. Agreed. Agreed. The game is just, I mean, at this point, the game is just going to get better and better. So, kind of looking forward to it. And it would have been nice if the game started like this, like if it launched like this, it would have been like really nice, right? And then, you know, go from there, and then you wouldn't have barely any negative. I'll say barely negative feedback. You'll still have negative feedback, but it wouldn't be nearly as gross as it has been over the past couple of months. People will find something to complain about. That's true. You're not wrong. ZW Raven. I don't know, man. That's definitely some tinfoil hatting right there, man. They won't allow Sork and Barb to be good for very long. I mean, if you want to go off of history, like in between all the Diablo games, Sork has been by far the most successful class in the game's history. But we won't go there. Sork versus, you know, / wizard. I'll say wizard too, because it's basically a sword. So I can't, no way. Even if I wanted to tinfoil hat with you, man, I don't even know if my tinfoil is strong enough to endure that take. And like my tinfoil is like Reynolds brand tinfoil. We're not talking about that Dollar Tree tinfoil hat. You know what I'm saying? I could tinfoil with the best of them, but that one, I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm kind of liking Rapid Fire a little more, to be honest. That in this game, it hasn't been one of the better classes. In fact, it can be argued it's been the worst. Was Sork? The problem with Sork wasn't the class. The problem with Sork was vulnerable. Like that was the vulnerable and resistances. That was the issue. The class itself really wasn't like bad. It was the reliance on everything having to proc vulnerable, and every class felt it. It was just worse on Sork because the only way you can proc vulnerable was either through your frozen orb, or you do a frost nova, and that's it. Which made the class feel so bad and pigeonholed into like 1 or 2 builds, right? And then of course your resistances suck. So because resistance sucked, and that was Sork's secondary stat. So it's not that they hate the Sork, dude. You have to kind of look at this in a much broader case, right? They fixed vulnerable, or they changed vulnerable. They fixed resistances, and all of a sudden the Sork is performing considerably better. Okay, ball lightning is bugged, yes, and it's very like practically what you would consider one of the best builds in the game. But even if ball lightning is fixed, there are other Sork builds that are actually very good. It's just no one plays them because ball lightning is just busted. So to sit there and say that, they hate Sork, or they only just want to nerf Sork into the ground when they had Hydra all last season. Did we not forget that Hydra was like busted, broken, and it was doing % damage instead of, the regular damage? You can clear T100s without even like literally just putting your mouse on, and keyboard on the ground. Just let your Hydra do all the work. I mean, react like Sork never had anything good, or Sork was never strong, right? All the staggered Blizzard kills on Lilith, where basically you could, you can delete her in 4 or 5 seconds. Sork has had some busted stuff too. I think every class has some busted stuff, man. I don't think it's a contest. Well, their stuff is more busted than my stuff, or their busted stuff lasted longer. If anything, Barb's kind of got more of the shaft than anything since D4 released, to be honest. But even then, they're eating real good right now this patch, so they kind of can't say nothing. But point being is that if we look at the history, we can't sit there and say, oh, well, Blizzard hates this class and it's not going to last long, kind of thing. Like that's a lot of conspiracy. And I like a good conspiracy, but like I can't say Sork has never had anything good. Is there any argument that Rogue has been the best class every season and the preseason so far? You really think Rogue is the best class right now, bro? Raven, you really think Rogue right now is the best class? Ain't no way you believe that. Ain't no way you believe that Rogue is stronger than Barb right now. Ain't no way you believe that Rogue is stronger than Sork right now. Ain't no way you believe that Rogue is stronger than Necro right now. Ain't no way. I get that. Nah, man. No way you believe that. Not even. You know what's funny? Even with Tabat's will bug, it's still not as strong as Barb. Rogue is broken, dude. If Rogue is broken, man, every class is broken. Barbs are doing what Rogues can do without any bugs. Legit, no bug. Where NATO stronger than Bug to boast rapid fire. There you go. Rogue is very average at the moment, and that's okay. I'm not complaining. I'm not the one saying Blizzard hates my class. Blizzard, XYZ. It is what it is. Right? It doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Promise you. But ain't no way that anyone is gonna think that Rogue is above a Barb right now, or Rogue is above a Necro, or Rogue is above, Rogue got the worst unique ring in the recent. Like like Rogues are not even using the new malignant ring because it sucks. I mean, let's talk about getting shafted here, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm still gonna play Rogue. Don't get me wrong. I'm still gonna rock my Rogue. I'm gonna do what I do on the road. But you know, I'm honest, right? Rogue is like number 4 right now. You have 3 S tier builds, bro. You don't know how we do the tier system on Maxroll, man. I'm in the meetings. I'm in the meetings on Maxroll when it comes to these tier lists for 4+ hours when we talk about this. Okay, S tier builds is based on how well you can do said content. Okay, rogues move fast. That is why they have a lot of builds in S tier. That is it. They move fast, so they can get from point A to point B faster than a lot of other classes can. That's it. They are not in any way stronger than a lot of the other builds that are below them in S tier. And this is speaking from someone who helped create those tier lists on Maxroll. Because I'm in the meeting and we have to all agree that these builds are where they are in the tier list. The only reason why rogues builds are in S tier is because they can get from point A to point B very fast. And because the game is not hard, you don't need to deal billions of damage to do well in this game. That's it. That's it. So that's how that works. That doesn't mean that Rogue is stronger than Barb. No. It just means that Rogue, in some case scenarios, can get from point A to point B while killing faster. That is it. But when it comes to raw power, Rogue is like 4th. Rogue is 4th in raw power right now. Possibly 5th. I would say 4th. But there is a strong argument for 5th as well. Go look at like some of the speed running like community stuff too as well. Even rogues are struggling with that right now. But yeah, let's not say bro you're high. So I don't know if that's like that's like a that's not like I wouldn't call it as like a personal attack. But yeah, Raven does have a point though. Let's keep the disagreements to the comments and not the individual. So I do agree with Raven on that. But yeah, I don't know, man. I can't see what you're seeing. I don't see what you see. When it comes to that. Yeah, Rogue even with Tobalt's will bug is still towards the bottom in raw power. And when they fix that bug, it's going yeah. I still have fun playing Rogue though. I'm still gonna play Rogue. I ain't got no problems playing Rogue. Rogue can be 8th place out of 5 classes, and I will still play Rogue. So that ain't gonna change nothing. But it's felt better to me in the classes, bro. For until ball lightning thing, bug or not. Well, I mean, the thing about it is that like, I mean, it's just math right now, Raven. I don't really think it's really an opinion. Right now is math. Can you show me at any point in time where rogues can farm? When rogues can one-shot everything? Farming. If you can find that for me, consistently, one bop, everything in the game with the exact same build without having to change anything, you let me know. On Rogue, that is. With Tobalt's will. You can even use the Tobalt's will bug if you want. If you can find that for me. And I'm not talking about killing the world boss. I'm talking about actually legit having one set build that can one bop everything all the time and is very efficient in all content. Rogue ain't got that. Even with the bug, Rogue ain't got it. So what I'm saying is not really an opinion, man. It's more of math at the moment. Mathematically, Rogue's raw damage output is nowhere near bars. It's nowhere near. It's not where Necros is either. It's definitely nowhere near Ball Lightning. I question if it's even anywhere in the ballpark of Druids at the moment. But it doesn't mean the class can't clear. I mean, obviously Rogues can clear. The game ain't hard. The game is easy. But what I will say this, and this is this is an opinion. Now this isn't math. This is an opinion. What I'm gonna say is definitely an opinion. I do think that where Rogue is, raw power wise, between all of the skills, all the core skills, if you remove all the bugs, including Blade Dancer, whatever like that, you remove all the bugs to boss war, whatever. If you take all the core skills in the Rogue arsenal and how they're performing right now, I personally feel that's where all classes should strive to achieve to be, because it's just challenging enough to where you actually have to try a little bit, at least a little bit, to actually do what you need to do. Like you actually have to think about what you have to do. And Rogue in the class is exactly that. I'm not saying every class should require you pushing 80 million buttons, no. But I do think that the challenges that Rogue faces at the moment, if you remove any bugs, is kind of the challenge that probably all classes should kind of be in that realm, where they can choose any core skill and do well, which is exactly what the Rogue is right now. You can pretty much pick any Rogue skill. And do well, whereas other classes that's not the case. So while Rogue ain't got that raw power, you know, I do think that the internal class balance is considerably better on the Rogue. Poison Tank does that. It takes time for that to happen, Danny. I'm not saying it can't do the damage, but what I'm saying is that like you have to stack poison in order for it to work, whereas Bar pushes a button and it is bopped. Druids push a button on most content and it's a bop. And then if you want to talk about builds that take a little time to kill, the Ball Lightning Sword takes some time to rev, and that's true. But Poison TB Rogue ain't keeping up with no Ball Lightning. So I'm not saying Poison TB Rogue is weak. I'm saying relative to what's out there, you know, it's not where they are at. Actually, kind of like this dungeon. I don't mind. I think I like playing rapid fire a bit. I'm starting to lean towards like favoring playing rapid fire in general. I love my barrage setup, don't get me wrong, but there's something about being able to play with Force for Arrow and it actually makes sense. That makes it feel really good. At least now I know what to do with the max roll builds now. So tomorrow, hopefully, I'll probably have most of them updated. What are my thoughts on using puncture with rapid fire? I mean, you can. I think with rapid fire though, since you can play a little bit further back, because you know it's rapid fire, I think Forcer Arrow feels really good with rapid fire. However, obviously puncture feels good with everything. So puncture is never a wrong choice in any combo point build ever. I just prefer I prefer forceful arrow. Because then I can play a little bit further back and get hit less, and then I can spec for less defense and all that other shenanigans. Whereas with puncture, you kind of have to be pretty close the majority of the time. So it's really a preference. Mid-shot rapid fire or Rain of Arrow rapid fire. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I think Rain of Arrow's rapid fire is more fun. So in terms of fun factor, I would go with that. Honestly, if you're looking for efficiency or more efficiency, pin shot rapid fire is the better overall build. That was so bad of me. I should have just shot us that way. I got blocked by the little scenery right there. Rapid fire feels really tanky. Well, rapid fire itself doesn't give you any defense. How you build is what gives you defense, right? But yeah, I mean, if you want to play up close, then yeah, absolutely go puncture. Like, no question. Like, not even a debate. Looks like you just took those explosions on purpose. It did kind of look like that, didn't it? Why would you say the road ring is bad? Okay. I actually have a video if you want to take a look at the longer explanation. It's mediocre. I don't think it's really worth losing an aspect for. For one, it has all the stats of a regular ring, meaning there's nothing unique about the ring at all in terms of stats is concerned, other than the fact that it can roll a higher % of damage versus crowd controlled, which is, you know, nowhere near enough to warrant the, you know, well, boring stats that are on the ring. Two, the taunt effect is not bad. It's actually kind of neat, but they threw a cooldown on it, making it that it doesn't really synergize with skills like, let's say, poison trap or whatnot. And what rogue doesn't really need it is a taunt. I mean, rogues are very nimble. We can get around the battlefield just fine. We can avoid and dodge most things pretty okay. We don't need a taunt. We didn't need a taunt, really, if you know, in my opinion. Especially considering that rogues in general kind of lack the raw damage output of less of the other classes right now. Having a defensive tool that we don't need is just kind of disappointing. Now, it can help you do like the higher tier nightmare dungeons easier in case you're someone that might struggle with the rogue mechanics or, you know, pushing a lot of buttons on rogue. It's easy to kind of like taunt things and not get hit. So it's user friendly in that sense, but it doesn't really make rogue better. Unlike the necro ring, unlike the barb ring, unlike the sork ring. Like, those are rings that actually do something that actually makes the class stronger. We don't get anything besides a taunt. A good taunt, don't get me wrong. It's a pretty fantastic taunt, I'm not gonna lie. But it's not something we needed. They used it last season. That's different though, because last season it didn't have a cooldown for one, so you can almost chain the taunts and keep yourself alive. Two, the barber did all the carrying, so you didn't have to worry about your damage output because the barber did practically all the work for every class and most builds in the game. Three, it was a heart, so you weren't losing any aspects for that power. You were just losing a heart power, which most heart powers weren't really that great anyways for Rogue last season to begin with. So when you take it into context, it was a lot better last season because of those things. It doesn't work. It's not as good this, you know, for this particular season because of what you have to give up for it. It's for Death Trap build. I mean, the Death Trap, well, I wouldn't even say that because Death Trap can pull itself. Like, Death Trap has its own pull. Why would you need a taunt for that? Oh, Helltide. What is from Helltide? What pants are broken? To boss will. It's broken if you're using combo points, and it's really broken if you're using combination dagger with a basic attack that can proc the all combo points. How often are uniques dropping? Well, we farm for them this season by doing bosses. Bosses have targeted drops now, so you don't look for uniques to drop in the regular world as much because it's still a very, you know, a low drop rate. But you can guarantee that a unique will drop. A regular unique will drop from a loot table of that boss that you fought. So uniques are considerably more common in general this season than they ever have been. Okay, so that chest is right here. I'm gonna have to remark it.
Can't afford that.
I like the bow build. Damage is good. I'm actually kind of preferring my rapid fire setup that I was doing right before this. But yeah, I mean, I play mostly bow rogue anyway, so I'm naturally drawn to bow roguing things. 100% tomorrow. Oh, good man. Glad you're enjoying your time here. You have to play Twisting Blades to play Death Trap? No, you don't. But it's really good with Twisting Blades, but you don't have to. You can literally do it with Pin Shot. I've seen some Pin Shot Death Trap builds. Not saying I would recommend it, just saying you can. Actually, I think Rapid Fire with Death Trap would actually do pretty well. Because Death Trap actually kind of covers the weakness of, let's say like a no combo point Rapid Fire would do really well with Death Trap, honestly. Bow Rogues, is Sky Hunter good now? No. Sky Hunter is terrible, fortunately. All the Rogue uniques are terrible. The bow uniques, I'll put it that way. Oh, it rotated. No. The whatchamacallit rotated before I was able to turn it in. Lame. I guess I'll have to go down to the south then. Now, yeah, it rotated because I had a bunch here and then they're no longer here anymore. Unfortunately. Could be bugged. Who knows? Any about content peers specialized in Druid? Yes, a lot of new. McFluffin, Eyeboiler, Gymnasium, Teo, but I don't really see him much anymore. Moxie. I was just talking about the Max Row crew, but yeah. Yeah, Moxie, for sure. Absolutely, for sure. Level 99, time to push the final way to 100. Nice, man. It's gonna feel good when you get it.
Need more time.
Bendis, yeah, I forgot about him. Forgot, yeah, forgot about him too. Yeah, he's there as well. We got a lot of druid boys on Max Row. Mika. Want a build that's a completely opposite playstyle of Rogue. There's a Pulverized Druid. I'd also say Stormclaws. Quite a bit different as well. You'll never be Necro. Kind of the same boat, man. I don't see myself playing Barbarian or Necro. But Sorkin Druid, definitely up my alley. And of course, you know, Rogue. Roge. This throwback's on though. Okay, how much time do I have before the other chest rotates out? Where is the other chest now? Skosklin. Okay, I just took that one. To the right. Okay, so bottom. So we're looking down here where all the other whispers are too. So, alright, we make our way south. Did Necroism get by? Yeah, I'm in the same boat there too. I don't hate Necro by any means. Just Necro's not an archetype I ever cared about in any game, any role playing game, any. If you drop all the damage to CC, my stats go from 80, 70, 387 to 288 with CC. Let's go combo going from 145 to 115. But I guess what would you replace that with though? Like if you're just dropping it to be dropping it, then yeah, of course it wouldn't be worth. But what would you replace it with? I mean that's still. I mean between 155 to 115. You mean you're looking at what roughly? I don't know, like 18-ish% drop, 19% drop roughly of actual damage. In terms of the close quarters combat buff it gives you. I mean, obviously you still get the additive stuff from, you know, it being, you know, that in there, but yeah. Pour all stats to get more core. Not a fan of dead things. And I like finesse. I like to be able to finesse things. And nothing about Necro puts out, it screams finesse. Same thing with like the Barb. Barb is very, well, not finesse. You can argue Drew might be in a similar, I think in a similar category, but Drew has some interesting things that I think intrigues me more than a Barb does. Yeah, I mean, but everybody's different though, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, I can totally understand the appeal, why people find it fun. It just, for me, the way that I like the way I find things enjoyable, the Necro doesn't really speak to me in that sense. That's all. I don't find Infinimous fun at all. Like that doesn't look fun to me. Corpse Explosion doesn't look fun. Most Necro builds outside of Bone Spear doesn't really look fun to me. Look fun to me at all. In fact, actually, if I would almost argue that even Bone Spear might not be up my alley because you can literally one button it, and that's not my style. If I'm not pushing like 80 jillion buttons, then or can possibly make a build where I am pushing like a bajillion buttons, then a fun factor kind of goes down a bit. Which ironically is why Rogue literally is perfect for me. Hey, Whip, what's going on, man? You could play some WoW where there's these 30 buttons you gotta press. Most of those are macros though. People get those like really nice mice to be able to macro the majority of that stuff though. I mean, there's MMO mouses for a reason, right? But MMO gameplay is way too slow for me to be engaged to that. Like I like Lost Ark's gameplay. But yeah, World of Warcraft, yeah, nah. I never could get into that kind of combat. Like, I can't even watch it like that. It's. I like the world. Don't get me wrong. I like the lore, the story, the world, characters, all of it. That I can't get with the combat though at all whatsoever. It is very typical MMO combat, and that's totally not me. For sure. Keep in mind, I used to play super fast, reactionary, high APM games. Like, you know, I used to play StarCraft professionally for a short period of time. So, like, that's like stuff like that is up my alley in terms of button pressing and decision making on the fly. Oh, Terra was good. I loved some Terra. Yes. I like Terra a lot. If I don't have Umbra's aspects, should you use Dark Shroud or Smoke Grenade on your 4th skill bar for Barrage build? I'd say probably use Dark Shroud. Forgo the Smoke Grenade until you get the Umbra's aspect for sure. Sorry, I'm just now seeing that comment. Crossbow still to play this season? More, yeah, because of close quarters combat, yeah. I think it's this way, right? What time I'm streaming tomorrow? Normal time. Well, actually, no, tomorrow's Thursday, right? So I'd probably start a little later just because it's Thursday. So probably around like 11 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Thursday and Sundays, I start a little later because I usually try to use those days to try to catch up on work I haven't done throughout the day. Did I hear earlier there's a random barrels build? Yeah. No, it's actually decent now. It's decent now. There's support around it to where you can actually make it, and it's not a meme, I promise. When people ask me why I main rogue, just tell everyone in Lightning McQueen's voice, I am speed. I would actually love to work walking Arsenal Kratos build. Then it's all skills at the same time, and you gotta maintain the rotation. Probably. I was watching Rudy play that. It did look pretty engaging. But it means I have to actually play a barb though. Like I have to actually create one at the character select screen, and people are gonna actually see me on a barbarian. I don't know if I really want that type of attention. I don't know, man. That was like a lot of responsibility there, man. So everyone wants a beefy rogue. My rogue went to the gym. My rogue didn't go to BlizzCon. It went to the gym for a week. That's what happened. It's not Hodo or Whirlwind. They won't recognize. Oh, you're not funny. You're not wrong. This combination dropping roll tier 3? I think so. You can get a sacred, yeah. Where's the main monster? There he is. Fox, what happened, man? What'd you do? How good is Barrage compared to Rapid Fire? I mean, they're both relatively close. I think Barrage is probably a bit easier of an all-arounder build to play. It's good at everything. It's good at single target, as long as you shotgun. It has, you know, good AoE, as long as you spread. You can kind of do everything with Barrage. You can kind of make it happen on Rapid Fire too, but it requires a bit more finesse to make it a good clear build per se. But it's of course really good on single target. I say with Barrage is on par with where it was last season. I think with the well, of hard to say because Barber, but Barber made everything good. I'd say probably roughly the same. If I had to like say, if you include all the changes to vulnerable damage, where like we're doing less damage in general because vulnerable and crit don't scale as much as they used to. If we're taking all that into consideration, I'd say it's about the same. Any cons of going dual core, pin shot, and rapid fire? Gearing. That's about it. It's a little harder to gear for. It's also can be a bit of a strain on your skill points because you have to max both of them out. So there is that. Oh, wait a minute. My YouTube chat has been gone all this time. I legit have my YouTube chat minimized. I was wondering where it was at. Like I can't even see it. I have no idea how long Clevo's been there asking questions and I haven't been able to actually answer because I thought my chat has been minimized. I gotta get used to this dual streaming thing. Have I ever played Ultimate Online? No, I have not. I've heard lots of good things about it, but never had a chance to play it. A party, what do you think is the best complementary other class for the rogue? Honestly, I thought it was fun playing with another rogue. Like kind of like doing our own things, but like coordinating with different imbuements to do different things, I guess. With different, like, somebody might be more trap oriented or whatever that allows you to do it. There's some cool dual rogue stuff you can really do. So I'd prefer to play with another rogue, honestly, but I mean, anything with the pull. Necro can, has a pull, has a pretty nice pull. I would say don't play with a barb or a sword because you'll never hit anything. So you won't be in the party playing with them, you'll be in the party playing behind them. So move like a badass as ninja, like jumping around destroying everything. Yes. Alright, the chests are about to rotate. Got quite a bit of steel. I probably should be doing some Greg runs at some point. Your first school dance to this song, grinding on a little sweet thing. Other memories. There's mastery skill damage. That's like a Sork damage mod. So whatever mastery skills you have on your sword, it buffs that damage, or it buffs those skills. That's illegal now, sir. Right there, yeah. That and the Holiday Inn. But yeah, right there was more popular though. Yeah, you gotta link me with where you get your your baseball tees. I mean, Amazon really is about it. I'm actually looking for different shirts actually for stream. Not that I don't like the ones I wear now, or at least the type of shirts I wear now, color. It's just that I gotta really like when I think about like what looks good on stream because of like what the camera looks at. Because obviously you don't see the full body me, right? So like I gotta think of shirts or whatever that looks good at this angle for this part of the body, right? That's why I like this a lot because it's like it's got a little, you know, some design, but it gives you a little color in the middle. Like it's hard to find shirts that just look good at this particular angle without anywhere else. That's actually kind of hard. The one that the classic V. I'm not even. I can't. Raise a black screen or a blue screen? A green screen. Behind me is a green screen. That being said, though, BRB. Okay. Who's that? Appreciate the follow. I gotta find where the other chests are at right now. Okay, now it's a little bit above. Okay, so it's straight to the right of both of the waypoints. So somewhere around here.
I'm not ready yet.
That's weird. Yeah.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay. You're hella confused this season with it. You're level 9. Do blood harvest stuff. Get your vampiric powers. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, 9 minutes. I got enough time to the last chest. Where do you find blood harvest? It's the thing that looks like hell type, but it's green. Like this. It tells you when you like hover over it. Getting close, you think you're at 500 murdered cows. You monster. Kind of plays like Helltides. I think it's more, in my opinion, I think it's more fun than Helltides. But yeah, there's some similarities, yes. But it is a little different.
I'm not ready yet. Is someone there? Please, I need your help. I can't see. I'm not ready.
You need to complete Renown again? No. Ow. I find that chest now. Or maybe the Cinder Gleaners. What up, Clevo? Yeah, sorry. I actually had the YouTube chat minimized somehow on accident for like 2 hours. So I wasn't sure if anyone said anything in the chat. So my bad if I didn't respond. I just legit didn't see it. Yeah, I gotta get used because I had to take the chat out of you know, the YouTube live or whatever, and then minimize it and then put it over in between OBS or whatever, so I can have a chat. It's like really weird having two different chats to look at. Thank God I'm not like, you know, my chat isn't crazy, right? If I ever become big, it's gonna be a nightmare trying to juggle two chats. Yeah. But I'll try. If that day comes. They made some needed changes. They made a lot of needed. I mean, it was a 41-page patch notes. They still got some ways to go though. But yes. Wait, where is the chest? Or should I fix the emote real save? I know, right? Eventually that's coming, I'm sure. Okay, no, I can't do this event because I'm gonna run out of time. I'll find that chest. Right, somewhere, right? Am I not in the general vicinity? Oh, it's above me. It's above in the next part. It's here. So do I know the developers? Like, did I ask for you guys' input? I mean, I got a chance to talk to them personally at BlizzCon. But yeah, I mean, there is an avenue where, you know, some of us do get to leave feedback for the developers directly. Mostly like bug fixes or bugs or whatever that we discover or whatnot. But they don't really ask for our input. We just kind of give it to them. Okay, so it's supposed to be around here somewhere. Come on.
I need more time.
Might have to TP out, TP back in. Hey, what's up, man? Is it AFK while you travel off from work? Yeah, it's like this is like one of the bug chests. I got all these cinders too. Is it possible for Death Trap to hit for 1 mil plus on the boss? No. You can get close, but no. Not over 1 mil, no. It doesn't really need to though. I mean, if you spec around it, you can get it to go off several times, or you know, many times. But oh well. Rip Cinders, I know, right? The chest was supposed to be around here, man. I even went back to town and came back, and it still wasn't there. Have I dropped Shackle yet? No, I have not. I don't have any Uber uniques that are worth. I say are worth because I got the Starless Skies is the only Uber unique I got, and then that obviously sucks on the rogue. So, yeah. What do you think about bringing Magic Find to Diablo 4? I think that would be an awful idea right now. Because we can't even save gear sets. So if you want to switch to a Magic Find set or whatever, then that would be terrifying because we have to change our Paragon board, change your gear, change whatever, just to do Magic Find runs type stuff. So if we can't even change gear with the armory, then adding something for us to change into would make things even worse at the moment. I don't think the game is really set up for that. He's like, "Can you join me game?" But Helltide is over. I'm trying to figure out what I'm actually gonna do next. Wish there were open / you can save multiple builds on each character. Well, that's the thing. That's kind of what the armory was. Right? In D3, that's exactly what the armory was. The fact that they don't let us do it in D4 or is interesting. Is that kind of joy? Is that, can you see my talk? Yeah, I can see you, man. I can't pronounce your name because it's symbols. Definitely a different. But I'm about to actually do some more experimentation, which I generally tend to do that solo. Yeah, but yeah, I can see you, man. Forgive you. This is your first Diablo. Oh, D4 is your first Diablo. Okay, got it. Yeah, but yeah, what you said is literally in Diablo 3. It was super easy. You just literally push one button and it changed everything for you, like your entire setup. So you can save one setup and then go back and yeah, it was so cool. I'm so sad that they did not just keep that. Can you join again? If I'm experimenting, I generally tend to like to do that solo because if you're in my game, then my experiment doesn't it wouldn't work because someone else is also in the game. You know what I'm saying? So like if I want to know if something's gonna work solo, which I'm trying to update the max roll guys to figure that out, having someone else in my game doesn't only ruins that experiment. That's why you kind of see me play a bit of solo or by myself in the recent, especially when I'm experimenting. If I'm doing like Durio runs or whatnot, then yeah, sure. You know, you can totally play. Because at that point, you know, we're just, you know, killing the boss. We'll do that. Do you think Max Roll's rogue build is strongest currently? Well, there's several Max Roll builds. Which one are you referring to? A lot of them really need some updates too, so we're getting around to it. But I guess what we do on Maxwell is we look at it from the average individual's perspective and make sure that we design a build that a person who's never really played the game before can read, look at, and perform and execute and do well. I mean, Twisting Blades is pretty much Rogue's strongest. Well, let me rephrase that. If you don't include Tobalt's Will, Twisting Blades is the strongest Rogue build. But that's also because there's some other slightly less jank with Twisting Blades, Poison Twisting Blades. I'll put it that way. If you include Tobalt's Will, there's a very strong case for Rapid Fire. As the strongest, but we're not gonna go there. I don't like to include bugged interactions as a metric. I like in the Rogue Ring, no. What did the people at Maxwell think of the people on Icy Veins? What do you mean? If it meant that you go broke, you go more broke. For resist gear, do I need like max rolls post 100? Not really. You just need to cap it. You just need to cap it. So whatever you need, whatever rolls on your gear, you have to either get an additional roll or hope that the first roll is high enough to where you don't need an additional roll to cap this. Also Paragon points. Also depends on the class you play. I'll tell you this much, Raven. Do you think there is value there at all? I mean, technically speaking, Icy Veins is a competitor, right? To Max Roll. It's like asking what does McDonald's think of Burger King? You know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean it in terms of like one giant being another giant, right? But I'll say this. I'll say this. To be fair, Maxroll is a company, right? Maxroll takes itself very seriously in terms of what they do, or what we do. It's very, very serious. So there's a lot of time and effort put into what we do for that. Not a lot of sites put forth the amount of effort and time that we do. Therefore, the product shows that type of effort. Not saying the other sites can't do that. What I'm saying is that we chose to put forth the enormous amount of time it takes to do what we do. Now, in the past, Icy Veins hasn't really been as serious in some of the branches. The PoE branch has actually been pretty good for some time. But in terms of Diablo, like 3, for example, their Diablo 3 branch was lacking quite a bit. They got serious with Diablo 4 by hiring people who truly play the game a lot and really know what they're doing. Lexi U, for example, is a great pickup for that for Icy Veins. And ever since Lexi U has been there, and a couple of others also got brought on the board the team, their quality has been better. It's like considerably better than what it was. So I would never tell you not to go to an Icy Veins like build or website or anything of that nature. I feel whatever whatever works for you is what you should do, right? I would never say don't go there by any means. But I can tell you just from the people that currently do work there that they also know what they're talking about, even if they have a different perspective on or a different approach on some builds. But Maxroll just has, like I said, Maxroll we're consumed by Maxroll. We spend so much time on that, and that kind of dedication some of the sites just don't want to do. That makes sense. You know, people have lives, right? If you work for Maxroll, so much for that. But you enjoy what you do. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy what I do. You know, it is what it is. But yeah. so you just wonder they're trashing that. Like I said, their quality has improved quite a bit since Diablo 4 has launched. The thing that Maxwell has the upper hand is that Maxwell always had that quality from day one. So it's kind of like people trust Maxwell, and therefore Maxwell gets a lot of traffic because of that. You see what I mean? Like if you're starting off as someone that not as serious, and then you're going, maybe I kind of want to be taken more serious in the space, then you kind of have to earn that reputation again with the player base to get to that point. See what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of what Icy Veins is doing now. Like they're earning that reputation to, to show people that, hey, we're serious. We got good stuff too. That kind of thing. Because it hasn't always been to the quality that people may have expected for a long time. Well, except for a long time, but in some branches, right? So that's kind of what that is. I can't speak for Mobalytics or because they're a bit newer to the scene for Diablo related stuff. So am I a full-time streamer writer for Maxroll? Well, if you're doing any build guys on Maxroll, you're pretty much like technically I wouldn't call it full-time on Maxroll because everything is contract work. So like I can't. It's not like a primary job where I'm making a living doing Maxroll stuff. Definitely not that at all. Nowhere close. None of us are. But yeah, my real job is I say my real job. I'm a teacher in real life, so I do this on the side. Am I liking the training dummy? For like testing very specific things, yes, for sure. Each author can be different too. Yeah, very true. Although, also keep in mind, let me say this to you, right? The person I hung out with the most at BlizzCon throughout the weekend was actually Lexi, who is one of the main writers for Icy Veins. And there's no animosity or bad blood or anything. Do my students know I stream? Well, it's hard for them to not know. Like I can't hide it. There's no way to hide it because, the moment that one person out of the entire school decides to play Diablo, like Diablo 4, and they look on like the Diablo YouTube channel and they see my face on like 3 different videos I did for Blizzard, then they're gonna obviously associate that with like, oh, I know that person, and then that's it. Like, it's impossible for me to have hidden that, which is exactly what happened. By the way, I'm saying it because like that's exactly what happened. But I don't act any different than I do like on in my stream or whatever. Like how I talk, what I say for the most part. Like most of that is basically verbatim to how I act in the school anyway. So there's nothing to be like, I have a double life or a secret life that is, not suitable for children, whatever. None of that mess, right? So there isn't. It's really not a big deal. They stop by. They watch sometimes. That's weird. Which honestly, you never heard about icy veins on most D4 content I consume. Max Row takes up a lot of the CEO or SEO basically. Like Max Row is just large, so a lot of people are going to nationally recommend. Although there's like 4 or 5 other places you can find build guides and stuff like that. Max Row just it's just a bit more known. And will be, from here on out, as long as Max Row continues to do what we continue to do what we do. High school, what instrument do I teach? I'm a percussionist, so I generally deal with percussion. I mean, I do winds too as well, but like that's the other band director's responsibility usually, and I kind of just let him do that portion of things. Do I think Toboss will be fixed before the end of season? There are more. I actually expect any build that has unintended bugged mechanics will probably be fixed before the season is done. But Blizzard will make sure that we know way ahead of time before they make the fix, so we can prepare for the fact that, oh well, this is not going to work the same way once the fix happens, etc. You're a percussionist for real? Oh, nice. It's always kind of hard to say percussionist because it's like not everybody knows what that means when I say percussion. And I have to say, and then like I kind of name some instruments and people's like, oh, just like the movie Drumline, and I kind of like let out this huge sigh, and I'm just like, sure, why not? But yeah.
Need more time. I'm not ready.
I gotta eventually finish my sieging journey, man. Hey. Probably should grab these things, right? All this stuff I haven't gotten. That mod's going in on the exploit, yeah. I was watching him play a little bit.
I'm not ready yet.
You got ads? Do you still have ads? So basically, it means you're a drummer. No. Yes, but no. Who can play the marimba? Oh, okay, yeah. You got me. You got me, Raven. You got me. So what did I say about percussion? I was saying that. I said not most people don't know. Like when I say percussion, not everyone understands what that means. So I have to sometimes just, say, drums, and then people say, oh, like the movie Drumline. And I have to kind of just sigh and be like, sure. If that makes it easy for you to understand, sure. That's what I do. I think. But yes, anyone who's into percussion knows that like The percussion family is very vast. Instruments that people don't realize are percussion are actually percussion. Like piano is a percussion instrument. Mika. So. Guitar, yep. You marched tenors in high school. Okay, cool. Alright, man. You want to study music performance at University of Texas, Austin? Okay. Why didn't you go to North Texas with Paul Rennet? Just out of curiosity. Just you're right there. I was mainly a snare player though. I've marched all the instruments, but I spent the majority of my time on snare. I even did a couple of years. I did a year of drum corps, Carolina Crown, and I did a couple of years of WGI. But most of my stuff has been teaching. Like, I love the indoor activity. I had the most achievement and success there with my students competing. A lot of work, but it's fun watching them, you know, achieve at that level. Watch Thomas give a performance at PASIC. Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna go more classical than marching. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's fair. That's truly fair. One of my friends kind of felt the same way, but so he went to Boston Conservatory. But yeah, I had a similar experience as you. This guy named Curry Seymour, was amazing percussionist, was starting a program at Coastal.
Yo, Dockside.
Carolina University,
We just got raided,
which is why I
son.
went there
You know how we do.
because of
We
him.
pay respects to our fellow streamers, man.
Great, what's going on,
I'm
man?
gonna need
Hey,
the
where's my
chat to
glasses?
throw up some die hype,
No,
die thug like the most,
Where are
and
the
drop my
glasses?
beat for these new viewers.
I can't find the glasses. Hey, where'd it go? Oh wow, this is a much fail on my part. I have no idea where the glasses went. Fail dance. My apologies. Oh, they're on the floor. Wow, this is so bad. Let's catch the end of it.
Dashizi, out.
My bad. I could not
Coped
find the
Gaming
glasses,
raided
man.
my stream with 8 views.
I couldn't find it. Sorry. What was up, Cope, man? How you doing? But yeah, I had a similar experience. Curry Seymour, which is why I went to Coastal. Yeah, being a performer, that, like, you know, music performance, it's like getting gigs is hard, man. So I quickly realized that and decided to focus more on the teaching aspect than the performance aspect. I did do Carolina Panthers percussion for a bit, for 2 years. That was fun. Definitely some things behind the scenes that I didn't too much care for, which is why I stopped, but it was fun nonetheless. Yeah, appreciate you, Cope. 1 year jump course for you. Sleeping on gym floors, yeah, that's a standard. It got some, it got old. Yeah, understood. Unless you like marched like Blue Devils or something like that, then you had like a much better experience. But getting there was obviously a challenge. Getting to march for a core like that was always a challenge. How was my crown experience? I didn't like it, honestly, at all. I was young. I was 18, going on 19. And I made the snare line, which was very tough at the time. There was 66 people trying out for like 3 spots, 3 actual open spots, and I happened to get one, but I was technically probably the worst player on the line at the time compared to the other guys, because most of the people that were on the line were older than me, for one, and two, most of them were from Texas, which is exactly where they always try. They Carolina Crown's line was notorious for the majority of their members being from Texas or whatever. So they weren't really the snare line was very competitive. Instead of working as a as one to play clean, it was more about who can do what and why. And it was always like a blame game when like someone like ticks or whatever. So it was not really a great season, honestly. I do think the Bohemian Rhapsody show was fun. Like performing was great. Like actually doing the thing was great. But my experience with the core was not. So it was actually because of that I never did a core again. But I have former students of mine who did do core. I had students who's done Blue Devils, Blue Coats, Blue Knights, anything blue, I guess you could say at this point. I had a student who's won several INE solo competitions. That was actually pretty cool. But yeah, that is my world outside of the streaming stuff, of course. Did the Blue Devils like sleep hotels and stuff or something? They had better accommodations. Sometimes it was hotels. Sometimes it was like I teach college? No, high school. I do not have my doctorates. Nowhere near. Showing a hardcore character tomorrow for the last achievement. Wish you luck. Alright, man. Have fun with that. Maybe it wasn't like that back in the 90s. I don't remember them talking about anything like that back then. Well, I mean, keep in mind, like my former students are like were marching in the 2016, 2017 to 2023 era kind of thing. So a bit later. But Blue Devils got some connections. They don't always sleep in the hotel rooms. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like versus other cores, they oftentimes have better like facilities to either practice in and or like stay overnight with. There's definitely not always gym floors with them, and I know that just because I had a student who marched Blue Devils for 3 years, and he would tell me how laid back it was, and how like accommodating the core was versus like when he marched Spirit of Atlanta. It's like a night and day difference, he said, for him. think this might be my last little thing here for the evening, and then I'm gonna have to go. I need to buckle down and like get started on updating the Maxroad guide, so I might actually call it a early night, quote unquote, compared to last night and the night before. So hopefully I don't get like raided by like someone like Mods or whatever, where I'm like, oh god, now I have to stay for like 2.5, 3 hours, 3 more hours to entertain. Not that I'd be against that, but it's like I really gotta get this work done. Also need to get another conceited aspect at some point. I feel bad for putting it where I did. Oh well. That's the spirit. All right, and tomorrow, I guess what we may do, redeem Guide the Ray Mudda TM. Is he in the Diablo 4 category, or like different category? Or do I have to type that in? I guess I can just type it in, it's fine. Well, anyways, cool. So I think I got enough data to be able to do what I need to do for updating and stuff like that. I just I like to play, like for me, instead of just like looking at something and then going like, I think this will work or whatnot. If the patch is already out and I can play it, I'd rather play it first and then try to look at all of the different, you know, negative things about it or side effect things about it, and then come up with something that I think will work for Maxroll. Because like how I play something won't be exactly how I would write it on Maxroll for obvious reasons. But it's great to have that testing data to be like, I've done this, so I know how this feels and how this works for XYZ. I think I will also not only just update the rapid fire one on Maxroll, I think I'll do a video guide on that too, just because I think showcasing how to play that well versus like, let's say Barrage is quite a bit different. Oh, it's Necrophilia. I know him. He was in my D3 clan. He's typing. Or was typing. I haven't seen him in a while. Is there an aspect for Barrage? Yeah, but it sucks. It's not. It's legit not worth using. Like, it used to be when there was nothing else left to put in the slot, but now that there are other aspects and other uniques and things, it's just not even worth having. So I'll be removing that on the guide. Do I use a special setup to hit and run or just good clicks? That's all manual inputs. Like manual stutter stepping. I don't do anything with macros or anything. All right, so we're gonna guide the raid. Let me copy and paste here. Before I do though, let me. The only thing I have not done this stream yet. Whoops, gamble all. Maybe it's not gonna come up. Nice. 42,000 bling. Word. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so we're rating out. I will see y'all tomorrow. It'll be a little bit later, just a little bit later than today, most likely, in terms of the stream start time, but we'll try some stuff. I kind of want to do like a pure poison 10 shot build kind of thing. I don't know if I have all the the gear for it, but I'm very curious to see how that could perform. So I think with a lot of lucky hit chance that Pin Shot already naturally has, I think that with the X-File ring is could give some good results out of that way. So we'll try it. I got an X-File ring. Until next time. Yeah, man. See y'all tomorrow. Have fun with is it Muda? Muda? And as always, till next time.